Hey everybody, Jeremy here from Flatware Creations. First, I want to, I'm pretty sure I have everything. Today we're going to be making, oh, let me get the text here. Hello. That should work. There we go. I have everything else working. So my chat's set. All right, I'm gonna roll our intro and we'll see what happens when I get back. All right, I'm back. If you haven't yet, please like and subscribe. This is a video for our 5,000 follower giveaway. Oops. I'm doing something that I've never done before. I was gonna try and make one and kind of work out the kinks, but we can learn together. Hi, Christine. So what I'm going to be doing today is something I've never done. I've never made the soldered hearts. So I've made hearts before, but I've never soldered the hearts. So I was going to make one just to test, but I figure we'll all learn together. And if you guys have any tips for me, thank you so much, Christine. Along the way, feel free to comment. I'll take all the help I can get. So I'm pretty sure I have everything to finish the project out. I had a lot of comments about something new, something holiday related, something inspiring. So I've never seen one of these. Thank you so much, Sandy. She said, congratulations on your 5,000. Love watching you work. Thank you. So what we're going to do today, what I'm going to attempt to do, no, we'll finish it. We'll get it done today. So if you're just tuning in, this is going to be beginning to end. It's going to be a long video, and we're going to be learning as I go. So I'm not an authority on this. I'm pretty good at soldering, but I've never made these before. So just so you know, this will be a long video. So here's my idea. Let's see if I can get you here. Come on. And let's do this one. So here I have, basically what we're going to be making today is a heart necklace. I have 2 of each of these. So we're going to be making 5 hearts total. So these are regular salad forks, and these are actually grapefruit spoons, but I really like the flowers on them. So they're regular size. And then this is a serving spoon. And this is going to be a big heart right in the middle. So what I'm going to end up with is 4 small hearts attached to a big heart in the middle. And then we're going to attach a chain to that. And once we attach the chain, we'll have a finished necklace. Hi, Tim. I'm excited for today. So we're going to start with one of these. Hopefully we don't kill them. I do have a backup. I think we're going to be okay though. So for all of my tools today, forgot I get to get this guy. Where is it? Nope, not that one. Where is it? Okay, do you have sound back? On my side, it's showing that it's picking it up. No sound still. Okay, everything's working. Is the sound back, Jimmy? Okay, good. Okay. I'm like, it's showing up good. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna have the jeweler saw. We're also gonna be using, let me get this down. I have sound now. Okay, great. Awesome. So we're gonna use the jeweler saw and a couple different blades. We're making straight cuts. So I'm gonna try and see if I can get away with using a bigger blade and not have so much wiggle in it. I got new glasses and I have a brass brush. I'll be using my these little guys. There we go. These are little bristle brushes. They have different grits for those. We'll be using our little 1-inch sander here. It says from Harbor Freight. We'll be using this guy. And flat against the bar, not up here, so we get a nice flat edge. I also have this old file that we'll be using. We're going to be using the bandsaw at least once to try and give it a to see if we can cut them and keep them straight that way. We'll be using the drill press to make our holes later. But right now, we're going to mark our lines. I did watch a few videos today, and I'm going to try and not necessarily mix them all up, but we're going to try a few of the ways that I saw. All right, so thank you guys so much. I truly appreciate you guys being here, and for the 5,000 subscribers. Once we finish this, I will make a short video and we'll link, or I'll have a picture of this up. To enter, you'll have to just leave a comment. That's it. And then an app randomly picks from whoever left comments. So if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, and you'll be able to leave that comment, because it's going to be only for subscribers, because that's the 5,000 subscribers. They earned it. Okay. Let me see. Let's get that put away. So first we have to take and measure where we want this. Where's my pen? Oh, there it is. Try and put everything where I'm gonna remember where it's at. Okay. Let's try and get you here. Okay. I wish I could flip that around. I'll have to try that one day. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these guys and we're going to overlap them to where we want the heart to be. So I really want to keep all the flowers. I don't want to make it too shallow, or not shallow, but too long, because these are the outside ones. We can make the middle one longer, but I want these kind of short and stubby hearts. So from what I watched, we want to make a mark. Oh, and I have a hot glue gun. I forgot about that. So I have a hot glue gun for one of the ways to try. So I want the heart to be right there. So we're gonna take this guy and we want to get these as even as possible. So I'm marking down the edges. So my line is there and it goes right around. So theoretically, I could put this on this line, that on that line. Guess that's a little off right there. Okay, so one of the ways showed gluing these together with hot glue and then cutting them both at the same time. Another one showed cutting them in the bandsaw, and another one the jeweler's saw. And I wouldn't try this with a hacksaw because a lot of times they have a tendency of wiggling side to side. So if you do try a hacksaw, you want to give yourself extra room so you can have a little bit of a curve in there. I'm going to glue these together. First, I'm going to leave myself enough with the jeweler's saw. I need to be able to hold on to the piece to saw it. So we're going to cut this right around here. I'm going to do that with this is a 14-inch, not lockpick, bolt cutter. Just clip this one real quick. Ah! There, these guys go there. Thank you, Jimmy. He said, please hit the like button to support Jeremy's channel. All right, let's get this stuff out of the way. Roll one heart at a time. So these I'm going to glue together. So just want to double check my marks here. This is the one I want. This is the one I don't want. So I'm going to put that one on bottom. And we're going to keep this one on top. So we really want to make sure whenever we glue this together that we're holding it together so it's even down the handle and at the top, because we want these to be perfect. So I'm just going to put a big old glob of glue right here. Be careful of any squeeze out so you don't burn yourself. So I've got the top nice and even. It's going even down the handle. Oh, it just popped apart. It's together, but it just popped apart. So I'm going to put 2 drops on here. Put one there, and I'm going to put one down there. So you don't want to put it all the way down, like make like just a line of glue, because we have to clean this up later. So 2 spots is going to help us just pop those spots off. And by doing the little dot down here, this side here is going to stay stable. So we'll just keep that together for a minute. So this is the line that we're going to be cutting. So use that block first. Hey Jeremy, have I seen you use hot glue to hold for soldering too? No. If you're soldering, it's going to get so much hotter. There, the torch is going to get so hot that the glue is not going to hold up at all. This is actually the first time I've used hot glue on silverware. So we're just going to put this off to the side. Plug it. Okay. Let's get you back here. I get my block set up. Get the vise set. And that's really solid now. Zoom you guys in a little bit so you can watch. Okay, so get back here. Put on my new glasses. Hey, I can see through these. So my goal is to make a straight line. Oh, this is a 3/0 blade. I was going to change this out. Let me switch you guys to here. That should focus. Okay. So we're going to try the biggest blade that I have. I think that's a number 4. 1/0, 8/0, 6/0, 2/0. There's a 2. That one doesn't have a number. There's a 4. So this is a 1. I try and only have out the one that's in the actual saw, so I know what size it is. I haven't used one of these in a long time. So I'm just going big so that we can try and have less movement, because we're just making straight lines. Get my blades going in the right direction. So if you haven't used a jeweler's saw, you cut on the downstroke. So you want to make sure your teeth are down towards the handle, pointing down towards the handle. And then it's in the frame. I just push it against here and give it a little push with my stomach. That's going to make the blade, so you can kind of see it. The blade's going to bend. That's going to help us have it nice and tight. Okay. See if I can do this. I might actually have to put on my glasses. I was at the eye doctor's and I'm like, my vision's messing up on me. She's like, okay, well, let's see. And then she's like, yep, that's what happens when you get old. This one's a little better. So I'm putting my blade right up against the wood, and I'm just going to start right on my line. Once I get it started, then I'm just going to follow my line. Forgot my wax. I'm using beeswax here. Yep, my daughter got it for me. Don't worry, I can do it. Don't worry, I can do this. I watched a YouTube video. I felt it was appropriate. Considering I've only watched a video, well, a couple of videos. I've never done this before. So I'm just going to try following my line. There we go, that feels better. It's going through both of them pretty easy. So the goal here is to make sure that both pieces are identical. That's why we're cutting both at once. Later on, we'll be doing them one at a time to see how that works. And then we'll pick our favorite to do the last one. Christine said, but I watch your videos. Thank you. I've learned so much. This is great. Thank you so much for watching. I love all the comments. People learning from my videos. I always try to explain what's going on in my head. As I'm doing things. My ADD and OCD get a little crazy sometimes. So I'm waxing this every time I hear the blade start to just slide and not cut. So we're almost to the end here. I'm going to bring this all the way back to this back little bit. Because if you have it out here and your finger's in the way, it's going to slice down your finger. I know from personal experience. Just trying to make sure your angle is staying straight though. Hands hitting the workbench. Here it's just sliding. It's still technically cutting, but it could be cutting a lot better. Almost there. We're going to call that good. So we've got a nice, so let's go to this camera. We've got both pieces look the same. Now what we have to do is take out all of those lines and make these match up perfect. So to do that, we're going to use the file first and see how that goes. And then on the next one we do, we're going to use the saw. So I'm going to put this in my vise. So what I've found before is that when you're working on your file, a lot of times the handle or something will have it tilted, or you'll put too much pressure on it some ways. Also, the way I put this in here, I'm making it so that I'm pulling backwards, and coming backwards is where the file is actually taking the metal away. And it's a lot easier to keep pressure pulling back instead of pushing forward. So we're just keeping it flush. I've got it really pinched up. We want to keep the same angle and the same pressure. And this is what we're doing. See the color change? So those spots that are shiny, those are all the same height now. So we're trying to get out all of those little lines because we want our solder line to be as perfect as we can get it. So I'm just looking at the glare. So actually, that number 4 blade stay pretty straight. I know we're going to have to really take off some metal whenever we use the bandsaw, because that's going to make a lot of marks. So try and keep the same pressure on this, like straight down and not so much on the tip or the back. Ouch. Fingernail. Almost there. Just tapping the file out. The grooves start to get filled up. So we're almost there. We have just a little bit up there at the front. Just be careful you're not rounding it off once you come back. You just want to keep it nice and straight. Doo-doo. So close. Almost there. Okay, almost there. So as I'm going through this, I'll be experimenting and trying to make this a little easier for us. Got one more line to get out. really want to keep this from angling up because I know I could take it out with just one little harder push up towards the tip. But that could mess my tip up. It would bend it out so there was a bigger gap in the bottom. Come on. So my hand's starting to cramp up. So close. So we want to make sure this is done right, because we want to have as little of a seam as possible. All right. There we go. All nice and shiny. Oh, I got one mark on there. Oops. Reversing it didn't really work. Okay, so we've got this. Now what we need to do is use some sandpaper. This is 100 grit. We're just barely going to be taking off a little burr edge that's on here. So let's split this guy apart. My glasses are going to hit the mic every time I put them down. Let's see. Oh. I was just thinking like a butter knife or something not sharp could fix this. I'm just putting it in between the two, and I'm just bending a little bit, and it just popped off. So now we can take off our glue. Boom, that's done. Did I do that right, or did I do it wrong? Something's wrong here. It should be like that. So both of these are supposed to be together. So what I need to do is have this one upside down and this one both back sides together, and that will allow us to have what we want, because this is not what we want. So let's look at our edges. So we did get our seam really nice and flat and straight. So that's good. But let's see. But now I need to go get another pattern. And that's called learning. I did have the other pattern right over here. We're gonna go with these. There we go. let's do that again, just a little bit faster. Anytime you're learning, yeah, you can get frustrated, but it's not really going to help you a whole lot. So here we go. Let's do this again. So we're still going to make our mark like we did before. We're just going to make sure whenever we put them together that they are back to back. So I want this guy. This guy's a little longer. I want to try and make sure that they're all roughly the same length. That is definitely not where I want that mark. Which one did I got? Yeah, definitely don't want it there. I want the pattern to come through. Nope, not that one. There we go, that looks better. All right, now let's cut these guys. I know that I have more of this pattern that we just cut, so later on I will make those complete hearts. All right, so we need, where'd it go? There it is. The bolt cutters. This is the easy way to do it. Put them in your vise. And then cut them. And you don't have to worry so much about pinching your fingers or getting bruises. Cynthia said, I was thinking you need them face to face. Helps to see the error also. Yeah. All your hard work, but I know you can use it somewhere else. Yep, they will get used. Okay, so now we're going to be back to back. So let's get our glue. Oh no, I unplugged it, didn't I? Or if it's got any heat left. Maybe a little bit. Nope, not enough. So while we're waiting for this, let's go ahead and start marking these. So I'm using a Sharpie fine point. It really helps to stick. Hi, Elizabeth. Let's flatten these out first. This is just a piece of paneling, just to keep everything off the anvil so it doesn't hurt the pattern. It's so hard because that flower's right there. So definitely want that there. So what's that? And then our down. I wonder if I could do that with measurement. Because I want to keep these uniform in height. So if I go there, this is 3 centimeters. Or these guys, 3 centimeters, just over 3 centimeters. So what I just did was I went tip of the pattern down to 3 centimeters. So now if we go from our top where we wanted it to meet, we go down to our 3 millimeters. That gives us a nice straight line. It feels wrong. So it'll be like that. Okay, that should be right. We'll give that a shot. So there's that one. So I'm going to mark the top where I want the heart to be at the top for the pattern. So I want that right there. We'll go down our 3 centimeters. Let me flatten this one out. Let's go right there. Go down our 3 centimeters. It's just easier to go centimeter. Tim said, I was wondering about that. Thought I must be wrong. I'm not sure yet. So there's 3 centimeters right there. I'm looking for a straight edge. It's in my hand. So it's about the same size. So here's what I'm looking at. So I'm looking to see these hearts. I want to keep them roughly the same size, still keeping all the pattern, but running the height. That's what I'm looking for the most. So those, that one, we got one more to do, and then we can keep going. Okay, so for the pattern here, I'm going to try there. We'll go down on 3 centimeters. I want to try and keep them as symmetrical as I can. Okay. All right, let's give that a shot. Let's turn these guys back to back. Do one dot here, one dot here, and back to back. Make sure they're even. So theoretically, this should work. And we'll go ahead and cut it again with the saw. That. There's my saw. All right, let's try this again. Learning time is always so much longer, but after you get that first one done, then you can fly through them. Does that feel weird? Figure out my figures here. Hello? Okay. Just saw the microphone not recording. Okay. Oh, I thought the music was on. There we go. Just trying to keep it straight. Just got to be patient with it. Almost there. Ouch. So it's really weird for us to have not really any snow in February. But it's been so warm here, it's been crazy. And we're through. Oh, wrong camera. Switch over to this one. All right, so we got our heart back to back. So before we can take it apart, we got to make them even though. So if you have a handle on your vise, thank you, Mike. If you have a handle on here, put it on your table with the handle off. That'll give you a nice flat surface. You could probably do it this way, but I'd be worried about it curving, just building a curve in there on the tip. All right, so let's this one's going to be a little bit more work than the last time. Fortunately, the next one that we make, we're going to use the belt sander. And we'll see how much material that takes off. My blade, my belt is older, so it's nice because it's not going to just like massively eat away a ton of Christine, we have lots of today in Ontario. Yeah, you guys got a lot of snow. We barely had enough snow to fill up our beer bucket for the Super Bowl. There was like one little patch in my yard. It was like, I hope it doesn't melt before the Super Bowl. Almost there. Back on the tip again. So this is a fairly easy project so far. I mean, we've got learning curve that I didn't think about before. I don't remember anyone mentioning back to back. I saw Suzanne do this, but I didn't pay attention if they were back to back or not. Almost there. Come on. Ouch. So the point doesn't have to be perfect because we're going to sand some of that off anyways. But we do want them to be touching. So we have a nice small seam. Oh, my glue came apart. It's so close. Woohoo! Guess what? We got a heart. All right, so back to back is the key. Ouch. Fingernail. Okay, that's good. Now we'll go to our block here. Actually, the next step was sandpaper. So you could probably get away with using your file, but these are really coarse. We want to make sure that we're not making a bevel. We're not making a like a trench in here. We're just wanting to knock off that edge just a little bit. There we go. Let's get this one. I'd like to have a little bit finer sandpaper, but this seems to be knocking them off really easy. Okay, look at these. All right, I like it. I like it a lot. Here's what we got. Forgot I turned off the autofocus. So it's our first heart. So now let me zoom this out. Did that camera just freeze? Okay. It was like, not today. Okay, so we need our pins because we want to keep this thing in place. I'm gonna flip it around so it's facing me. We want them nice and flat. And we want them to just not move once we touch the solder to them. So I'm going to try the first method, which was wicking, where the you touch your solder right here. we're going to touch our solder right there, and then hopefully have it wick right up towards us. Let's see if I can do that again with this one. So I'm just trying to make it to where whenever I push on them, they're not going to go anywhere. Let's see what else I got. Yep, I got one more pin. Okay, it's pretty stable. So, let's see if I can get you guys back here. Okay, so why is that zoomed in so far? There we go. All right, so there's lots of different kinds of flux that you can use. This is the Ruby Flux. This is the one from Flatware. And then I have Aqua Flux. The solder that we're using, oh, and there's also these paste fluxes. There we go. It's just like a little gel that you put on there. We're going to be using this one from Flatware, and I like to use a little pipette for that. It seemed like I was getting too big of a drop with the dropper with the tip that it had on it, so I took it off and then I just used this. So we're going to put a little drop right in the middle. The glasses back on. All right. Just put it right down there in the middle. You can really see how much I shake whenever it starts to get tiny stuff. Okay, let's get this out of here. I will be using a little butane torch. There's all kinds. This just takes this little butane fuel. You can find that just about everywhere. Hardware stores, Walmart. Okay, so our solder that I'll be using today is rosin core solder. It's electrical and it's lead free. So we're going to try a couple of different ways to do this today. One of them, we're going to try and cut the piece off, lay it on there, and just heat it up to where the solder falls into place. This first one, though, I'm going to touch the end of the heart, and we're going to hopefully watch it go right up to the top. I'll be heating it from the back side. That back side, the solder gets drawn to the heat. So we're going to heat the whole piece and then focus our heat back here, touch this to it, and hopefully it just runs right along there. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that, but I will. So that, just double check that everything's lined up together. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, get this thing started. I'm excited. We're almost done with our first heart. So I'm trying to heat the whole thing. Mostly what I care about is that center beam or center seam. Just want to make sure I get all my flux in there. Ah! It's not what I wanted to do. Here, coming from the back side. So I'm going to have some cleanup work on the front there. That's better. There we go, and that just drew it all the way down. So I'm going to try and take my leather piece here and wipe off as much of that solder as I can get off there. So during this part, while your solder is cooling down, you really want to make sure that you're not doing what I'm doing right now. Unless it's really really blocked, like locked in there. Okay, so everybody said to just wait for this to cool on its own, or it might break the seal, not seal, the solder join. We have a little bit of a gap right in this end, but we can take that out whenever we sand that off. Okay, well that one cools. Let's move on to the next one. Elizabeth said, how do you like going in your new space? I really like it. Idaho, are those pins in your list? No, they're not. They're called U pins, I believe. These guys right here. These pins come in a set with a block that has a whole bunch of gridded holes in it, and then this is just a large safety pin that I bent out. But the D pins, the U pins, you can find it almost any any hobby, anywhere that sells sewing things and like hobby stores, Hobby Lobby, that kind of thing. Okay, this is cool. I'm going to leave that one there, and I'm just going to pull these guys out. Because we can keep that one there. There we go. So we've got our back side, and then our front. So switch this over. So there's our first heart. We'll clean this up. I have add brush. That's where those went. Oh, here it is. You just gotta take off this little scale bit. Really get to see what it looks like. So we didn't get a ton on there. Oop. So I'm just gonna touch this to the buffer here real quick. So I did get some pooling on the backside because I had to touch it a couple of times. So the solder's got to go somewhere, and that's where it went. And I'm glad it's on the backside and not the front side, because it'd be easier to clean off. Okay, so I'm gonna sand off this little point with my little Dremel tool and the drum. Perfect. So we just need to drill holes in it, up in the sides, and we'll have our piece. I'll get it cleaned up a lot more. All right, one. Let's try these guys. It's gonna be a little bit harder. But we can do it. I want to make sure these are really flat. I do like the glue. I do like the glue option. But this time we're going to use the bandsaw, and we're going to cut them individually. So that means I need to cut these down. So my glasses help me see close, but they don't help me see far. Like, I can see right there, easy. But if I put my glasses on, I can't really see it. But if I'm here, this is all fuzzy, so I gotta have my glasses on. So I'll be looking like this for a while. Okay, I'm gonna cut these off down below this piece here. We're gonna turn this into a pair of earrings. So we wanna, so we don't waste anything, we'll get them both together. So I don't want to keep. So I've still got enough to have a nice set of earrings, because there's our line. There we go. So below this line, that's all going to be earring. We'll cut out that whole flower. So if I go back to back on these, I think that one's zoomed too far. So we're back to back. I need to make my mark right where it comes around. Who stole my pen? So that's that. Okay, which one of you guys took it? I think I found it. Yep. Ouch. So these guys have a big gap in between them. There we go. I'm just going to hammer those down onto each other. So I get a better duplicate. So that's going to be right there. And this one here is going to be, is that back to back? Yep. Nice and straight. Okay, now we can take our mark, run it up the side just a little bit, and then we can use our ruler or straight edge to make that mark. So back to back. Looks right, and that looks right. Okay, so we're gonna go to our tables, not tables. We're gonna go to the bandsaw. So I'm going to slowly be pushing these here. Watch your fingers. Please don't hurt yourself. I put this board here. It's again another piece of paneling. So I have only a small gap in here so the pieces don't get sucked down in with the blade. So I have one finger way up here and another one down here guiding it. And then we're going to do the same thing for the other side. Make sure you give yourself some room with this one because the blade's going to take off quite a bit of metal. I would probably go on the downside of your line just in case it does wiggle a little bit on you. All right, here we go. Right, so we have our heart. Successful cutting number 2. It's going to be a cute one. I like the shape on it. So we're still going to want to try and get these as flush as possible. I'm going to actually use saw on this one, or not saw. Okay, so I'm going to be pushing against here. I have my plate here moved all the way back so I don't have a big gap in there. And we're going to just push this against the sandpaper, against this bar. That's going to give us as flat of a surface as we can get. Be careful when you're pushing into this. It will get hot if you push too hard. So here we go. Okay, so we have our piece here. What I was doing was putting these together and trying to keep them flush. But for some reason, got a high piece in the middle. That's what's making it go back and forth. So I've got a gap at the tip. It's perfect at the back. Now I have perfect at the tip and apart at the back. So we have to fix that. So I think what could be doing that is it's kind of undercut. So let's get our file out and see if we can just make this a flat, flush surface. We'll just keep testing it because we don't want to take off too much. Yep, so what I'm seeing here, you can kind of see the marks from the sander. So they're definitely not straight with the flush down here. Again, we're just taking them flat. I'll just keep testing them. Yeah, we're already really close. So I'm going to use the other piece. This was the one that had the ridge in the middle. I want to make sure you're keeping it flat. So close. I'm going to say only one or two more. There we go. We're nice and tight now. That marker off of there. Looks like we're off still just a touch. I couldn't see it with the marker there. So close. I really want that tip to be together. Learning. Let's take a little bit more off this one. It's got us so close. So solder doesn't fill gaps. It's meant to just connect two surfaces. So on my Forktopus, that doesn't really count because I do fill, but it's not structural. It's more aesthetic, and we need this to be structural. Come on, you can do it. Feels like it's getting worse. So I'm gonna try and take some off of the back here to try and bring our front together. Still try and keep it flush. Got us close. Just barely. We want to make sure that we're not rounding these two. Okay, so this is giving me a hassle. So let's imagine this. This is what's going through my brain right now. Okay, you guys can see the gap right here. If I was to make a straight line all the way back, it's gonna come back like one. It's gonna come back in through here. So I would need to take out a little bit from this back side, from right in here. Sorry. Right in here. That's my thought. Or I can take some off of this side. So let's look at the flower. So this flower has a piece of the petal cut off. This one doesn't. Let's take it off of this side. So we need from here to here. Just gonna put a mark there. And we'll mark the metal. So I've got a line down here. We want to still try and keep this straight, so we don't want the tip to get touched anymore. I don't have another color marker, but I'm just putting this on here just so I could see if I'm touching the tip. I want this line to stay, that line to go away. To do that, I'm putting pressure on the back side, and I'm just looking to keep the front off. So I still want to go flat. And I'm looking right underneath it. I want to make sure that my tip is not moving. So you can see the back already coming off. So I need to level it out a little bit more this way instead of back. There we go. That's a better angle. So I'm going to mark it up again. Because this is what I want. So from my mark up top to back here. And as I'm doing that, this black line here is disappearing. So we've got lots of markers helping us to keep it straight. So far, chasing this thing, I like the other way a lot better, because you're doing them both at the same time. So it makes it a lot easier to keep them straight or matching. Almost there. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put it on the belt sander real quick. See if I can make that straight. feel like I'm chasing this way too long. Oh, I want to use sandpaper. Just trying to knock off the edge. So, how about we do this? I'm going to glue them together. We know that this method works. So, instead of fighting with it, making sure I get the top matched up on the sides right here. Give that a second to cool down. Oh yeah, you can definitely see a difference. See if I can get that for you. You can kind of see how it's risen up on the one side. Yeah, I chased that one way too long. All right, here we go. I can feel it just taking off that one hump. Yep, and again, we're looking for the shiny stuff. We want this all to be the same. So right now it's taking out that middle piece. We're getting somewhere now. So I was going to try it some other ways, but this so far has been the easiest. And it's definitely faster than chasing it with the belt sander. Almost there. Now we're just getting it up to that tip. Almost there. That should give us a nice point. So when I'm learning, I'm going through my head trying to figure out what steps I could take to make it faster, simpler, and less time consuming. So that way I can just go into production mode and just make them over and over again. Practice makes perfect kind of thing. Okay, we're gonna try that. Right. What? How is that even possible? We still have a huge gap in the tip. All right, let's glue it again. We will get this. I didn't get to it fast enough. There for a minute. So we have to take it down quite a bit. I wonder if I could use the sander now that this is together. Try and take off the back or try and flatten it out because we got a long ways to go to get that point together. This is all the same here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sander real quick. Which camera do I have you on? Kind of moving because the metal got hot. Let's see how close we got here. Please go together. Nope, we're close. So that gap we can take out in the middle, but our front and our back are touching. So let's glue them together again. I feel we're gonna get it this time. I don't know if I put enough glue. that out of there. Let this guy cool down. Sorry. So I'm just trying to let this dry. Come on, camera, you got this. There we go. Okay, so I just put some in the back in that little gap. I'm hoping that helps. All right, let's try this flat again. Let's see where it gets us. We will get this. Ouch. Just trying to keep steady pressure on it. That changed. Again, I'm looking for the shininess of it. So I'm trying to get it all to that color. We're chasing this. You guys have any ideas? So there a little bit here. See, it's zoomed away. It looks flush, but and it feels like I'm pushing on the middle. I'm not favoring one end over the other. We'll get it. Just gotta make sure I don't heat it up where the glue starts to soften. All right, let's see how this looks. Sorry. All right. There we go. It's so close. Yeah, this solder will fill that. Yeah, it's good. We're done. Let's solder this thing together. Woohoo! Hey, Rosie. Okay, we gotta sand off our little edge here. That one done. Right? Wahoo! Blew off my fingers. So I'm going to grab this one and I'm going to kind of use these guys to push. Oh. They're definitely squeezed together. This is wanting to pull apart. Come on. Let's try this again. So try a different angle on that. There we go. All right. Just get a little drop of this. Just want to make sure it gets in that seam. Okay, torch, lighter, solder. Oh, we were gonna do a new one with this. Kind of hesitant about it. Scared. So we're gonna cut a couple pieces of our solder. We're gonna put them on top. I think one should do it. So if I heat it up, most of it's going to be at this end, and I should be able to draw it through here. So we're just going to try that piece there. Get you even closer. Zoomed in, but focused. There we go. All right, here we go. Step number 2. So this right here is a piece of solder. So I'm going to heat up the whole piece. So there, it just ran out all the way here. We have all that big bubble on top. See if I can pull it this way. Come on. No, it's not wanting to go. I don't have any wire, so I'm going to use my pick to try and just scrape that down. Okay. Pick's not working. I'm gonna use my piece of leather here. Yep, I can definitely see where. That's not working. All right, let's let this guy cool down. Just trying to wipe off that solder. And pulled up down here too. So I like the method more where we get to push, where we just touch it down here and let it run up, or we can touch it back here and let it run this way. That might be a little bit better so we don't end up with a bunch on the tip. So it's still hot enough that I can still move the solder here. definitely like it the other way. Oops. So it's kind of ugly. We'll have to see what it looks like after we get it kind of cleaned up. I think it should be okay. I'll give it just another minute or so. So I was going to try a bunch of different ways, but I really like the way we did it the first time. And I think that we can make that a lot faster. Instead of having to chase. Let's see. Instead of having to chase. Oops, sorry about that. Why is it so close? Instead of having to chase that little hump that we were dealing with, we'll just glue them together, file them down, cut them, file them down all one time, and then we can get through these a lot faster. Where are we at? We're at 2 hours 7 minutes, and we made 2 hearts. We got it. We can make that a lot faster. All right. It's still just a little bit warm, so we'll put it on the anvil here. So this one probably going to have to use these buffing discs or sanding discs. These are linked in the description. This set goes from 80 grit up to 2500 grit. And I'm starting out with the 120. Yeah, our back was cleaner than the front for sure. I do like the shape. So I'm just trying to get some of that pulled up stuff off of there. Sorry. So here's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to blend that middle seam. There we go. Trying to blend that middle seam, so I'm working up from the bottom up, and you kind of see the solder disappearing. And I'm going to do the same up towards the where they meet in the back too. So I'm just working my way up through there, kind of going across the sides. That blending really helps with the finish work, because it doesn't look like we fought with this thing for hours. Gonna go over the back just really quick. All right, let's switch up to the 220. Yeah, I think we've got this one pretty good. But I do like the wicking method better. I have seen what we just did work for a lot of people. I can definitely see some advantages to it. But I really like how it came out with the first one. All right, so I'm gonna put this one on the buffer and we'll see what it looks like. My shirt. All right. Oh, there's. I always like to have a shirt right here for wiping these up. So this one here, see how it turned out? So these will all go into the tumbler, get a little bit nicer. Oh, sorry. Here's our pack. So those little spots there, that's some of the hot glue. But I'll get that taken off. So we did it. We got 2 hearts now. All right, so let's get, we've got 2 more to make and then the big one. So we know how we want to do this now. Well, how I want to do this now. So let's get these cut up. I'm gonna actually cut up both of these now. Save us a little bit of time. Again, these have a really pretty pattern. So I'm gonna get a pair of earrings out of these as well. So I want that right there. So that will give us our 4. But big one. Oh, there's the big one. Yeah, and then we'll have this one. It's almost should come out to double the size of the small ones. Okay, so we're gonna back to back these guys for both pair. Hopefully I got enough glue. And I like the 2-drop method. I missed it. Excuse me. So I've got big gaps in here. So I need to add a lot more glue. This one. Try not to burn myself here. I missed it again. So close. The butter knife trick works pretty good. What is going on? It's craziness. Wonder if I can do it this way. Sorry. Yay, I got it. Okay. Get all those strings off of here. Okay, so we got our marks. I'm going to put a little bit more glue in the back of this. You just don't want them coming apart. Okay, get our block up. Get you guys up here. Did you sharpen your bolt cutters? Mine have a hard time cutting and are still almost new. Christine, thank you for showing us that patience and perseverance will get you where you need to be in making projects. Thank you. It's been a work in progress. You just have to go through the process. Sometimes for me that's an hour and a half trying to make one thing, but then after that I can so if something takes me an hour when I start, I can normally get that down to about 20 or 30 minutes just by simplifying it. But it's getting through that first hour, or through a 15-hour project I did. 15 hours, I made the dragon for the ring 5 times, and I melted it 4 times. Every time I went to attach it to the ring, I melted the thing, and it took an hour to make the dragon. It was just in seconds, it was just gone. So you just have to see the finished product and keep doing it until you get there. Tim, so yes, with my bolt cutters, I did sharpen them. Let's see if I can get it there. So I did sharpen them a while ago, and you can see how there's just a little tiny gap. If you loosen up these 2 bolts, they have nut on the other side, you can adjust them. Which one is it? Yeah, if you loosen these up or squeeze one, tighten it up a little bit, you'll get these to center, and they'll cut really well. These are actually out just a little bit more than I want. But you just adjust these bolts, one or the other, and it should bring them together and help them close. And then I just took my file to it and kind of treated it like an axe. Just get a profile on both sides. So do this, and you guys down here. Yeah, move the new way out. My next camera is going to be one that comes straight down, so I don't have to keep messing with it. Like you see a lot of the top-down videos. Bad part is my ceiling isn't a whole lot higher than this. Okay, here we go. So we're still using a number 4 blade. These are back-to-back, right? Wax. There we go. So we'll get both of these cut out, and then we'll go through and get both of them flattened or filed down. Yeah, that dragon drove me nuts. Once it melted down, it was just a glob. So I'd roll it back out, or I'd heat it up, make another pool, flatten it out in the rolling mill, and trace the pattern back on it, cut it out, spend the time detailing it, and then go to put it on the ring. Got clips all over it, trying to keep it in place. And just one spot doesn't want to go, and the heat's there just 1 millisecond too long. And poof. Just turn into a little drop. That's the design I'm working on now on the computer, so that I can 3D print it and then do a lost wax casting. So I can spend 15 hours making it on the computer instead of making it by hand one time, and then I can print it out over and over again. I have a lot of scrap sterling that I've been collecting over the years. It's going to go into making all of my new sterling silver stuff that I cast. So these blades are just cheap blades from eBay. I got a pack that had like 4 or 5 different sizes. And then the little test tube things, I use those to keep them separated. And I make sure I only have one out at a time, so I know what's in the saw, and I don't have to guess, because my memory is like a second and a half long. So we're getting close here. Bring it to the back. Go. Got that one. That's rough. It's curvy on camera. All right, let's get this guy done. So I'm putting my saw blade up against the wood, and then I put my line where I want it, in the direction I want it to go. And then I start my cut. That gets me into both of them nice and straight and even, so I can push through. Keep my piece still here. So I do have a video. It's unedited so far, but I have the process down. I just have to edit it, and it literally was like 14.5 hours of video I gotta go through and cut down. I do have pictures on my original Instagram, Flatware Creations with 2 S's. There's actually a short video of it there once it was finished. So it was all sterling. I melted down, cut and shaped everything. Even the bezel I made. It has the dragon coming through, or coming all the way around, and then between its tail and its tongue or flame, I put a 6mm oval alexandrite stone in there for my niece. It was a fun project, but it took a long time. And a lot of people really liked it. That's why I'm trying to make that my first project. Unfortunately, my memory comes into play again. And it's like trying to learn a new language. I have a pretty good understanding, but it's just remembering all the shortcut keys and all the easy ways to do things. A lot of times I have to go the long way instead of just 2 keys to get done what I want. This is going to be a pretty one. I was looking at the patterns, I'm like, I can do better than that. So the whole thing is flowers. I had to look at the first one we did that I had to replace. So I was thinking like a bouquet as the necklace. Here we go. just right at the last little tiny bit. That go for earrings. All right, so we got both these guys cut out. Get our file in here. Right. So this one kind of turned coming out. And this one's just kind of all wiggly. So I'll start with this one. Get this locked in. See how wiggly it is? A lot of that comes from whenever I'm waxing my blade. If this was thinner stuff, I wouldn't have to wax so often, but we're cutting through a bunch of metal, and oftentimes the base metal isn't the softest. Alexa, turn on my shop heater.
Okay.
Starting to get a little chilly in here. So I'm trying to just rotate this over and over again now. Try and see if I can keep it even that way. So I'm going point towards me and then point away from me. Just trying to figure out a way to get an even filing. It seems to be taking down the metal to those spots we were having a hard time getting before. Hopefully this will make it a lot more even and we won't have to really play with it. Still trying to just push down in the middle. Yeah, I definitely like this way a lot better. Chasing them, that was a lot harder. I think if I had my bench shear, that's the other way I was going to try it, but my bench shear's not bolted down yet. Better probably leave a flatter cut than the bandsaw. Try and give a little bit more pressure with my other hand. It doesn't cut that way. I went to push it instead of pull it. So I'm going to Japan in a little less than a month for my first time. I did it again. So I am going to try and see if I can pick up some silverware there or something that I can incorporate into a project as kind of like a keepsake for the trip. Hands cramping. So you guys haven't had any commercials yet, right? Ouch. Ouch. Fingernail. Long ways down. So I'm not trying to cut when I'm going forward, so it's just sliding over the top. Still trying to get those tips. So that seems to be the longest part. See how the tips still have the rough? I don't want to curve down to take them because we need it flush. So we're basically just taking off the back side here until it's angled right. So it's almost there. Yeah, we're almost there. Ouch. Fingernail. Trying to put a little bit more pressure down on the tips at the same time pushing pressure down on the back. Yep. It looks like they're just rounded just a tiny bit on the ends. So we got to keep this straight. Otherwise we'll just keep chasing it. Let's see how this looks. I think I know what happened there. So it was heating up. Yeah, so it was heating up and it was making the tip was moving out of the way on one side. So we're good. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's get this big guy done real quick. So we need to remember that if we go too fast, it's going to get too hot, and then our glue starts to melt just enough to get these to wiggle. So that's what we spent the last little bit doing, was just fighting that wiggle. I do like the flipping it around. Ouch. This just feels weird because the back end here is so open. And we did flatten these down first. So this one, we're getting the ends, but the middle is lower. So after we get these two soldered, then we got the last one, and then the easy part, get the chain on it. And then I'll make that post. It'd be like a real quick short video, and all you have to do is one, be subscribed, and all you have to do is leave a comment, even just saying hi. That gets your name in the comments, and then the app randomly picks from the people who left a comment. That's what we did for the 2500. I think for that one, I made a dragonfly. I think that was a dragonfly out of a meat fork. And a souvenir spoon. Okay, this has still got a long ways to go, so I'm going to take it to the belt sander real quick. Gotta remember not to get it too hot. That's a lot better. I'm just gonna let this cool down for a second. The pattern of the last heart was it arbutus? Let's see. Yeah, it was arbutus. Wrong camera. Yeah, it just had the two flowers on it. There's like 3 or 4 different variations on that. You gotta really count the flowers. Almost there. Just one tiny little bit. Yeah, so I'm definitely gonna have to remember to not go too fast with the file. Looks like it curved out a little bit. Yuch. My finger got caught on a burr. Looks pretty good. Just want to make sure it's good. There we go. Let's see how it turns out. Get off there. You got in all the little cracks from the pattern. And or did you mean this pattern? There we go. Ta-da! All right, let's get those burrs off. Make sure you're not going at too low of an angle here. Otherwise you'll scratch the silverware. I'm excited. So we just did both of these in less than an hour. It's kind of how I stage up my production process. I'll get the process worked out, and then I'll just take all of the pieces through all the stages. Looks good. Looks good. I want to make sure there's no glue on here before we torch it. So I am going to take and buff this out just a little bit on this guy because it's pretty tarnished. Make sure that's all clean. There we go. All right, let's get these guys soldered up. I think I got the process I like. That zoomed back in. Wish this would give me like numbers so I can set it. These guys. So these are thinner on the end, on one end, and thicker on the other. So as you're pushing these in, if you're going straight up and down, they are going to push down once they get to the fatter area. Just something that you want to remember in case it keeps pushing up on you. There it is. Alright, so this time I am touching the end. I'll actually flip this around. See if I can get it to wick in from here. Everything's still flat. If you have a soldering stick, you just touch it to it, make sure it's flat. All right, let's heat this thing up. Made it almost all the way to the end. There it went. Okay, it just pulled it through. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Let's see, where's this camera at? So we don't have any solder really up on top. So I just moved that a little bit and I saw the seam wiggle. Just gonna make sure that's pushed down. So that means it's still too hot. Just trying to see if I can scrape any of the solder. If you rub against it and it turns shiny, just by barely rubbing against it, it's still too hot. Yeah, that's so much cleaner. Let's see what the back looks like. Just slowly wiggle it. Okay, it's together. When I forget later, I put these pins right in here. Oh, the back looks great. Yeah, that one, I feel that is a good one. So just quench that in some water. It didn't even make a sound. So it was already cool enough. There we go. That's a win. There you go. It took us 3. But think we got there. Okay, let's get this guy lined up. Put the little guy over here. That should block this. Get this guy up here. Okay, everything's nice and snug, tight. I'm excited. Nice and clean. Squirt that back into the bottle. So I'm going to turn this around to me again. Looks like there's just a tiny little gap in there. There we go. It flowed through everything. It's a little bit on the top. Hardly anything. So a little trick with this. Yeah, it's down there. If you get a piece of wire, come out of there. If you get a piece of like cable that has a lot of different strands in it, you can take that copper and touch the wire to the solder that's pulled up, and a lot of times it will get drawn up into the wire, so you don't have to worry so much about the pooling. I've done that with tiny wires. I've also done it with not house wire, but pretty thick wires. As long as it's a bunch of strands, it will suck it up pretty easily. All right, this looks good. Let's see if it wiggles. Yep, still wiggles. Too hot. Okay, while that cools down, let's get this one set. So let's get this guy flattened out first. You guys don't want to see me, you want to see what I'm doing. So, something interesting that I learned a long time ago. So this hardboard here, it's just paneling, it's brown paneling board. But can you see the middle here? It's kind of all chewed up, and it actually has a divot in it. And whenever you're hammering, you can take the heel of your hammer and push whatever piece of the silverware you want down into that hole. So you can get these guys like really flat. So let's go through this process. And this one we were going to go bigger. That one, that one, that one. So I think the other pattern will balance that out. Okay, so we're going to go, we were doing 3 on those. I want all of this pattern. Can I get it? Yeah, that's a good size bigger. I want that flower. Let me get this marked and then I'll show you. So this is what I'm going for. There we go. Nice big heart. So last time we were doing 3 centimeters. I think this one. Oh, there's my mark. So 0. We go to 4. Let's see what 4 looks like. So I have the end of the silverware at the 0, not the end of the ruler. So I get the right measurement. So 4 puts us right here. So we'll go that way. Oop. I think that'll look cute. If I can do this. Yeah, it should be something like that. So, same process as before. We're going to glue these, cut these guys, glue them together, and again, we'll make another set of earrings out of the middle flower. All right, we're on the last one. We got to learn something new today. Okay. I'll get these guys glued together and then we'll finish up our other piece. I'm always off just that little tiny bit. I guess it's okay as long as I don't run out of glue, right? There's a good one. There we go, I got it that time. just don't want to come apart. All right, let that one cool. Get this guy out of here. So we can use our little brush here. Nice. I think I got this. Nice and clean. I'm excited. So there is our 4 hearts. If I can get them up here without sliding them down. So these guys are definitely smaller. So I'm going to have these 2 on the middle of each side, and we'll do these guys up here like this. Still have to figure out where I need to put the holes to get them. I want them to make a U shape. If I hang them all by the edge, or by the top corner, it might give me what I want. We'll get to that after we get this cut. Soft, there it is. Wax. There it is, we're almost there. See if I can get this one in one clean cut so we don't have to file so long. Because my hand goes underneath here, I've really got to pay attention to where my fingers are so I don't cut myself. See if we can get this last one, then I'll say what I'm thinking. Trying to keep it at the same angle so it doesn't twist or start going another direction. Nice. Okay, it's official. I didn't break a single blade. Of course, those fours are really, they're really, really thick, so it's kind of hard to break them. Let's get this turned. We can get our file in there. Need a drink. It doesn't look horrible. Yeah, I think working it and twisting it around is helping to keep it balanced. I've got a low spot right in the middle. It's probably going to be the easiest one to get out because it's not on a tip. So we've got a low spot right there in the middle. Almost there. I can feel it warming up in my fingers. Give it a little break. I just got a notification, price drop alert. Price reduced by $11.99, now $48. It was like, it went from $11.99 to $48. That's not a reduction. Yay! Hi, Sharon. We're working on the last heart. So I'm making soldered hearts today. We're going to turn 5 of them into a necklace. Because that's what you do, right? If you've never made something before, you make 5 of them. With everybody watching you. We're almost there. Oh. It felt like it moved on me like that one time. Oh cool, I created a new playlist called How to Make Stuff just to add your videos. Oh, thank you. This is like free training. Yep. So the funny part is some of the things that I haven't made in a few years, I go back and watch my own videos. Especially the elephant that has the bale blanket. I always forget how long to make that bale. It's another piece of silverware that goes over the top of the elephant. So you can use a plain fork that doesn't have a design and put a design on it. I think elephants were always one of my favorite things to make, probably because they were so easy. Once you get the bends figured out, they get to be easy, and then you can play with them. We're almost there. A little tiny spot. Felt it move again. I'll give it a second. Just have a tiny little spot left. Pushing it the wrong way. There we go. Pop these guys apart and let's see what we got here. Come on, glue. There's that piece. So this piece, yep, was still warm. That's why it didn't want to come apart. Woohoo! Jackpot. Nice and clean. Right. Get this knocked down here. There it goes. Nice. All right, let's get this thing soldered up. Actually, I'm gonna take it to the buffer real quick. Plug that, so we don't need the hot glue gun anymore. Just gonna wipe these down. This one is a lot bigger, so let's figure out how we get it to not move. Okay. Now we'll push that one in there. There we go. Nice. It's almost like we know what we're doing now. So now I got a strand of hair in there. Looks like it's one of Gus's. Okay, there we go. Okay, shut this down again. All right, flip this guy around. Let me get you guys down here. This is a bigger seam, so you might get to see this. Try and focus it a little bit better. All right. Torch and solder. I do like going from the back side, from the top of the heart. So far that's been the cleanest we've been able to get the seam. Just be careful pointing this back towards yourself. Just gonna work getting the back hot. Time to go pick up my nephew. He didn't go to work today, so it's a perfect day for this. Need to get the back hot enough. That should be good. And then we just draw it forward. Yep, right out to the tip. There we go. Sweet. Does look like we got a little bit up here, but I can see all of the features underneath that flower. Yeah, it's just surface. Now it just needs to hurry up and cool down. All right, let me clean up my mess here a little bit. Make myself some place to work. Gonna vacuum for a sec. Okay. Let me get this camera zoomed all the way out. All right, let's see where that got us. You know what? I'm gonna just here and there we go. So here's what we're gonna do. Actually, this is cooled down, so we're gonna work on this first. So pretty. That went all the way to the floor. Okay, we don't need that anymore. Oh, it's still pretty warm. Just get that cooled off. So I'm going to put this together, and then I'm going to take the hearts, and once the jump rings, once we get it all put together, I'm going to take it apart, and then these will all go in the tumbler. Let me just kind of buff this up a little bit. Nice and neat. That's what we want. Okay, so let's flip it over there. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, so if I do this for you guys, here's what I'm thinking. So if I do top to top, it's going to look like this. But it's got the jump rings in between it, so it should create the shape that I want by itself. So I go there to there. So here's what I'm looking at. I put a hole here and a hole here. The jump ring will link them together. Yep, so I'll go a hole. Let me grab my marker. For this I need a big marker. So let's do a hole right there and a hole right there. Do a hole right there, just kind of letting it soak in. And right there. Go even on the other side, right there. Yeah, it's right there. And that puts this guy right there. Gonna match it on the other side, right there. 2. Right there. Okay, so we got all of our holes. All right. Woo! We're getting there. Let's flip this back here. And I'm going to use my punch. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay, so my punch, I need my hammer. It's my little ball peen hammer here. Punched. That's why I put the board under there, because if I hit it, sometimes it bounces off and then it messes up my point. So because these are curved too, there's still a little curve in there. Let your piece, whenever you're putting this on there, let your piece actually move with it. That way you're not fighting against it, and you don't have to worry about breaking your joint there. Like that. I'm gonna go ahead and stamp this one anyways. I still got my mark. I'm glad it broke here. Let's see what happened to that joint. I don't know. All right, well, I'm gonna stamp the last one, or punch the last one. Glad it broke here. Let me test these other ones. All right, these all survived. Let's get our block back out here. Oh no, I dropped that pin again. There it is. So we know how to do this now. We'll get this end flush again. Trying to make sure the whole thing is shiny. Yeah, really glad it broke on me. Hopefully we don't have to chase this one. There we go. Still nice and even. Both are shiny. Got a little burn on there, but not a whole lot. Well, now we know all the steps that we need to take. We just rinse and repeat. All right. Let's try this again. Let's go this way. The joint, the solder looked like it went all the way through. So I don't know what happened there, but we know how to fix it. Solder. Do, 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 do. Not quite there yet. There we go. All right, that's done. Just make sure it's all flat. Okay, so we're gonna go over to, I always go the wrong way the first time. It's funny. we're gonna go over and drill all of these guys. I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the other one? It's right there. All right, so I'm using a cobalt bit. You can't really see it from where you're at. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to use the same wax that I was using for my saw for my bit. I have a piece of angle aluminum that's over this board, and I have a couple holes drilled in it. So I've already preset this. So I'm hoping that this bit is sharp. I had my doubts about it whenever I put it on there. Put some wax on there. Just kind of expecting that. Yeah. Go for a different bit. So this isn't a cobalt. It is just one of the high speed from Harbor Freight. So I'm just centering the hole. Wax. One. Thought I was done. And I went to pull the pin and it was like, ouch! Just cool down. We'll drill those holes and then we'll clean them up. Your punch both? Yep. This is a little bit bigger drill bit than I was wanting to use, but it's still going to work for us. One, two, three, four, five. Switch over to this camera. Get that out of there. So I'm just going to take my Dremel tool here, go back to my drum. And I'm just going to take off the little burrs that are on the back now. Make sure there's none on the front. I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot my logo stamp. Yeah, I just keep feeling it with my thumb to make sure there's no sharp edges left. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That thing's kind of noisy today. Okay. That one's not it. I will go ahead and stamp it later so you guys don't have to wait for me to spend 7 hours searching for it. Alright, so here we go. Looks pretty good right there. Alright, so I've got a necklace back here. We've got two different kinds. I got a bunch of jump rings. A bunch of jump rings. So I was hoping to be able to use these guys. These are come on. You know you want to work. Please work. These are 8mm oval jump rings, and they are just a little bit, like 1.2 millimeters. I'm not sure what that is for gauge, but I just want to see if we can get these in there through both sides. That one went. And these are nice heavy gauge. Sweet. One, two, three, and sweet. 4. This hole's just a little bit further away. There we go. Oh, it was in there. Getting her home. There we go. We'll get this last piece on there. So I was thinking about making the chain about 21 inches. I was thinking if it went, I don't know who it's going to, so I don't want to make it too small, but to get the shape we want, I was looking at keeping it kind of a medium length, because if it's too long, it's just going to hang in a V. And I really want it to be more of an oval shape. Not so much as a choker, but just want to have that, the shape. Now let's see if this will go through here. I'm gonna change my glasses to my bigger glasses. And by bigger glasses, I mean these guys. This is some thin chain. Oh, good. It went through. Nice. This is really the chain I wanted to use on this. Let me grab a clasp. Clasp and a jump ring. Try and get one to match up with size. That one might work. Yep, a little smaller. Make sure the clasp will get it. Oh, there's a giant gap in that one. That's better. Okay. So now I know that those will fit. Almost there. The end is in sight. I agree. Too long wouldn't be good. Yeah. So let's put that over there. So let's put the base of our heart here. So this would give us 20. $22. So it should be 21. What do you guys think? 21 or 22? This is the shape that I'm going for. Oh, you can't see it. $21. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the 21 too. So I want to go there. We got another 1/4 inch there. All right, so I'm gonna go with 21. Okay. see, righty tighty, that goes on that side. So go here. All right, let's get this on there. I'm still in frame. That link is open a little bit. I shake so much in my big hands. Come on, you got this. We're almost there. There we go. Yeah, it's a lot better. Get this side here matched up. Another Gus hair. Every time I bring him over, he just says, wow. He'll eventually get used to it. Okay. So let's get these guys straightened out. Come on, come out of there. I cut a link out and it didn't separate from the other links. So we'll just open this guy up here. Not that one. Open this one. So you see me going through this. Just imagine when I was making Zoe's wedding ring and working with pieces this small and smaller. That was frustration. All right, you're getting a jumper. Let's see. I want to keep it all stainless. looks like another one of these. There's one. Is that the same? Yep, that's the same. So we'll just make this really easy. Christine, how long have you been doing this now? How many years? I think November was 9 or 10 years. I've been making silverware jewelry. I was trying to find something I could do at home because once I wasn't able to work because of my back, I kind of felt, oh, I forgot the bust. I wanted to contribute, and this was one of the 4 or 5 things that I found, and then I had enough tools to start it. Is it all right? Yep, it's all right. All right, let me get these off. All right, these guys off. And let's move you guys to here. All right, so sorry, but I'm going to be the model today. So we got chain, and I got it right. Clasp on the right because most people are right-handed. Yeah, not gonna work. Pretty. So I just have to find a stamp. I need a backboard. Yeah, I'll get it on a bust later. Is that this side? And get some pictures. There we go. Turned out good. We've got nice seams. We got to learn a bunch. So I'm going to take this apart. Zoom me out. I'm going to take this apart and I'm just going to clean up the points just a little bit and get this all tossed in the tumbler. And then once it comes out, I'll take some pictures and I will get a video posted so you guys can leave a comment, and that is your entry into the giveaway. So we are at 4 hours and 17 minutes. I'm so pretty. Thank you, Sharon. So we learned how to make hearts today. We learned how to not cut them together. They got to be back to back. We learned how we wanted to file them. or put them on the belt sander or cut them with the bandsaw, that was so much longer than the way we did the other ones. It was just a lot easier to do it the way we did. And then going from the top of the heart and then pulling it to the tip instead of the tip and pulling it to the back, that really changed the seams. It was really good. And we worked through the frustrating parts. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun. So later on today, hopefully, in the next few hours, I'll get that video made and I'll post it all over social media and here on YouTube. Yeah, thank you guys. So appreciate the 5,000 subscribers. I don't know what I'm gonna do for 10,000. That's being like 5 years or so on average. But I'll still be here and I'll still be making stuff, and I'm hoping to have a new video out in about a week. So thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. So I'm gonna go get this in the tumbler and find one of the busts so I can start taking some pictures. You guys have a great day. Thank you again for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys